Hi, everyone. Thanks for being here today. We're going to give it a few more minutes to wait for some more folks to trickle in, and then we'll get started. Okay, everyone, welcome to day 2 of our MSU AIChE Climate Conference. It's great to have you all back. We have another exciting program coming up for you today. To get us going, we would like to start with some questions for you. The first thing we would like to know is, has anything in the conference so far changed your perspective on climate change? We would also like to know if you've enjoyed getting a chance to talk during the breakout sessions. Please take a minute to think about your answers and then answer them using the poll that has just popped up. Thank you so much for those responses. First up today, we have presentations from groups on campus at MSU that focus on climate and sustainability. Our first presentation is from Western Sustainable Agriculture Research and Education. This organization funds projects on sustainable agriculture. They also have many excellent resources available online for free. This presentation has been pre-recorded and is available on YouTube. The link will be in the chat here, or you're welcome to stay in this meeting where we will also be sharing the presentation.
Student grant program. Good morning, and thank you for attending this very engaging conference on climate change. My name is Irene Greenberg. I am the Deputy Regional Coordinator of Western SAR. Western SAR stand for Western Sustainable Agriculture Research and Education. And before I start to talk more about us, I just want to invite you to explore our graduate student grant program that we have on an annual basis. The call for proposals open in December. The deadline is in February, and funding will be available starting July. Western SAR so far invested $2.8 million in graduate students grants, and we issue 132 graduate students grants in the last 15 years. So what is Western SAR? Western SAR is a USDA supported granting agency. We are part of the Farm Bill, and our proposal, our vision is to support research and education to advance sustainable innovations in American agriculture. The key word here of this vision and mission is innovations. So we are looking for projects that are very interdisciplinary and innovative, and they will have a direct application in agriculture. This is something different than your usual, granting agency, particularly in the academic realm. And this is because we engage producers really from very early on in the projects. SAR, as I mentioned before, is part of the Farm Bill since 1988. And it is pretty much a grassroots program in which learners and producers and researchers are engaged in research and education projects. The SAR model is based on the 3 legs of sustainability, particularly when applied to agriculture. Sustainability takes the forms of stewardship of the natural resources upon which agriculture depends, like land and water. Profit, to producers should be able to see some economic profit in their own activity. And last but not least, both stewardship of the land and economical profit will sustain the quality of life of rural communities and consumers of agricultural products. If you go more in depth, what is sustainable agriculture according to Congress and the Farm Bill and researchers and practitioners? Here is a long list and detailed list of what we mean by that. So your project should have an application towards one or more of these aspects: satisfy human food and fiber needs, enhance environmental quality, try to integrate natural and biological cycles, what we call ecological services, into your operation or the project, sustain economic viability, and enhance the quality of life of the people involved in agriculture. Let's now take a look more focus on Western SAR graduate grants. Those are for graduate students, meaning master's and PhD candidates from accredited institutions in the US. Because we are Western SAR, that candidate, that graduate student should be enrolled in a Western university. A graduate student can get 1 grant per graduate career, either in your master's or PhD, and we fund up to $30,000 per project, and the projects are for up to 2 years. There are a lot of advantages of why to apply to a grant, not only for Western SAR, any grant. When you are really developing your career, you want to have expertise in writing, particularly because those are more agriculture field grants. You will learn about principles of sustainable agriculture. That will help you, obviously, with your portfolio. and also will make stronger relationships, professional relationships between students, producers, researchers, and us, the people from SAR. In this slide, you can find our contact information. As I mentioned before, my name is Eileen Greenberg, and this is my email. Clayton Marlowe is the regional coordinator. Kristen Bohr is the administrator of the program, and Jen is the fiscal manager. If you have any questions, please don't hesitate to contact me. One thing that I really went very fast is to define the Western region. We operate in 14 states, 14 Western states, from Alaska to New Mexico, Hawaii, and 4 protectorates from the Pacific Islands, including one, the federal state of Micronesia, American Samoa, and the Marianas Islands. With that, I thank you once more for your attention, and I hope you all continue enjoying your conference.
Share with you a little bit about my research on the living language.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back. Our next presentation is the Intermountain Leadership. This is a group of MSU grad students working to become more inclusive leaders. Their presentation is also pre-recorded. Feel free to watch on YouTube by clicking the link in the chat or follow along here. Afterwards, we will have a live Q&A session.
I'm glad to be here today to talk about wastewater treatment in the context of climate change. And myself, Summer Rock, and Megan Conley are all part of the Intermountain Leadership Program, which is a graduate student organization at MSU meant to improve on and develop inclusive leadership skills. We are presenting today on a project we would like to see implemented on campus, which is a liaison position focused on intersectional environmental. I'm going to cover a brief history of intersectionality. The Combahee River Collective was an early part of the intersectionalist movement in the 1970s. They were a Black feminist organization that argued that the feminist movement and civil rights movement were not addressing Black feminist politics or integrated systems of oppression. In 1989, Kimberly Crenshaw coined the term intersectionality when talking about how race and gender bias combine to create even more harm for people. As she stated, if you're standing in the path of multiple forms of exclusion, you're likely to get hit by both. Then in 1990, Patricia Hill Collins wrote her book, Black Feminist Thought, where she explored the words and ideas of Black feminist thinkers like Angela Davis, Alice Walker, and Audre Lorde. Patricia combines theories with feminist practice and incorporates ideas from anti-harm. These are just a few important moments that provided foundation for the intersectional movement today. In more recent years, intersectional environmentalism has emerged. Leah Thomas describes this idea as a more inclusive form of environmentalism that identifies the ways in which injustices happening to marginalized communities and the earth are connected. And this is what we hope to build our project around. Leah also created a group called the Intersectional Environmentalists, which collaborates with businesses to educate and train them on intersectional environmentalism and holds them to certain standards for incorporating these ideas into their business. There have been many big moments in the United States of people fighting for environmental justice. In the mid-1900s, there were many overlapping movements for change, such as the Civil Rights Movement, Farm Workers' Rights Movement, and movements for equality, public housing, and public recreational spaces, which all help to catalyze and further the goals of environmental movements for change. The environmental movement started to take off in the 1980s, and environmental justice cases started developing, like the BIPOC-led sit-in at the Warren County PCB landfill in North Carolina. It was used to dump PCB contaminated soil and was located in an area of predominantly Black residents. Additionally, the landfill leaked contaminated water into the groundwater. Warren County citizens protested by lane in front of thousands of truckloads of contaminated PCB soil on their way to the landfill. The controversy around this event led to the coining of the phrase environmental racism and helped spark the environmental justice movement. In 2014, a public health crisis in Flint, Michigan began after public officials decided to change the water supply to save money and ended up contaminating the water with lead and bacteria that had widespread health impacts on the community. Dr. Paul Mohai, an environmental justice professor at the University of Michigan, explained how certain communities are disproportionately burdened by environmental contamination and health risks. Like Flint, those places tend to be locations where poor people and people of color are concentrated, and residents are not given a meaningful say in decisions that affect their communities. Flint is an example of residents being ignored when they told public health officials of pollution concerns. One more example of the many fights for environmental justice is the protest at Standing Rock against the Dakota Access Pipeline. The Standing Rock Sioux tribe protested the pipeline because it violates a treaty which guarantees undisturbed use and occupation of reservation lands that the pipeline would run through. Other Native nations and allies joined the protest, fighting against the pipeline that would destroy valuable cultural resources and water supply. The Dakota Access Pipeline shows a blatant disregard for the rights and land of Indigenous peoples. We want to implement ideas of intersectional environmentalism on campus and hope to contribute to the environmental justice movement with our project. Which is why we came up with an undergraduate liaison position at MSU that would focus on such ideas. We hope to amplify BIPOC voices in the environmental movement with this position and include diverse perspectives in efforts on campus that strive to create positive change for the environment. It's important in this movement to advocate for the people and the planet. The position may vary on exactly what it looks like based on the individual who currently holds it. We want there to be some flexibility in what the student wants to gain from the position and how they want to implement change. It would be a semester-long position that can be reapplied for, and the student would receive a stipend for their work. We hope to integrate the position into the Office of Sustainability, who could also advertise for it, and that office has expressed interest in working with us. We also hope the student would be able to work closely with the Campus Climate Coalition and BIPOC groups on campus in implementing projects and amplifying BIPOC voices. We've developed some framework that can act as guidance for what the student may want to pursue in their position. A presentation at least once per semester to the Campus Climate Coalition regarding intersectional environmentalism topics would be beneficial in maintaining this dialogue on campus. The student could also pursue some sort of project of their choice related to intersectional environmentalism that would positively impact the campus or community. These projects could be a multi-group collaboration with the student liaison acting to connect the groups. The projects could involve working with the university to implement curriculum and diversity requirements for students, working with local or state policy action groups, or creating a program to engage BIPOC students in environmental or outdoor programs. Or the student might want to go more in an education and outreach direction, like spreading awareness of intersectional environmentalism issues, presenting more often at various clubs on campus, or presenting at local schools on environmental justice issues. One last idea could be to fundraise for an environmental organization of that student's choice. So far, we have spoken with a few groups on campus who are interested in helping develop the position within or associated with their organization. Like I mentioned before, the Office of Sustainability is open to collaboration and have identified funding sources we could pursue for this site. The Campus Climate Coalition and MSU Office of Diversity and Inclusion were also supportive of the idea and open to assisting with implementing the position on campus. If you would like to learn more about the position, have input on the idea, or are interested in helping us develop it, please contact Kristen, Summer, or Megan at the following email addresses. Thank you for your time.
Okay, everyone, we now have some members of this group here to answer questions from the audience.
Please hold on just as we work out some technical difficulties. We'll be right back.
Okay, everyone, at this time, please send your questions for Summer and Megan. I see we have some popping up in the chat right now. This question is from Jill. It says, if the liaison is from, for example, a Montana reservation, could the liaison also work on projects back on that reservation as well as Bozeman area projects?
Yeah, hi Jill, thank you for your question. Can everyone hear me? Awesome, great. So yeah, that's a great question, and we would absolutely love that type of collaboration. We want to just amplify these voices, and if someone would want to go work in Bozeman and on a reservation, that would be absolutely amazing. Yep.
Great. Are there any other questions from anyone out there? Oh, we have one from Catherine. How does the work of Patricia Hill Collins and Kimberly Crenshaw inform your concept of the position, and do you see the position helping to change or amend current power dynamics?
Yeah, I can take that one again. So unfortunately, our main group member who researches this topic isn't actually here. So I can't I can't fully speak to this at all, but I would love to get you in contact with that group member. She was not able to be here today, but she would be able to answer this question a lot better than I can. Megan, I don't know if you have any comments on this.
No, I would point you in the same direction, Catherine. Is our third group member is much more informed in that portion of our project.
Great. Do we have any more questions?
Okay, I saw a Q&A question from Kristen Walzer. She says, the intersectional environmentalism position sounds really great. can you tell us more about the Campus Climate Coalition? Yeah, so I am just recently a member of the Campus Climate Coalition, and I think maybe Ray is on this call and she could actually probably talk more about it. But they are a group of people on campus who right now their main project is looking at divestment. So divesting away from these big oil companies and these sources of funding that aren't as sustainable or aren't good for the environment, or the people that are affected by climate change and these type of things. And they're on campus, and they right now have a petition going around. I'll give a little plug for them. A petition going around that all MSU students and faculty can sign to try to show MSU that we care about divesting from these sources of funding that may not be the best for the environment and or the people involved. Jill, that's great to hear that your efforts actually did lead to some divestment. That's awesome.
All right, we have another minute maybe for a final question, then we're going to move on. Is there anyone else who'd like to ask something? Okay, thank you so much, Summer and Megan, for your time. If anyone has any other questions later, we will find a way to get you in contact. You can get those answered. And now we'll be moving on to our next presenter. We have Atticus Cummings. He is a student researcher at MSU, a sophomore in the MSU Honors Directed Interdisciplinary Studies program. His DIS thesis project is focused on creating carbon capturing building materials. And this is very exciting. Take it away, Atticus.
Wonderful, thank you. Oh, perfect. Now I have a share screen control. I didn't have it before. One sec while I share my screen. All right, can you all see my screen and hear me pretty well?
You're good, Atticus.
Okay, yeah. It's, is this okay? It, for some reason, won't go to full screen mode while showing me my notes. Okay, so hello everyone, my name is Atticus, and it's really my pleasure to present my current research to you guys today. I got involved in research last year as a freshman at the MSU Research Symposium, and I started this project a little less than a year ago under the direction of Dr. James Wilking in the CBE and Dr. Chelsea Heverin in Mechanical and Industrial Engineering. Now, there's many kinds of pollution that plague our planet, and two of the most virulent are carbon dioxide emissions and waste plastic, particularly the plastics that are not readily recyclable, such as types 5, 7, and 9. In the building and concrete production industry, the industry that produces building materials is currently responsible for 79% of all anthropogenic CO2 emissions that causes many premature deaths around the world every year. The embodied carbon of materials, such as concrete, is also one of the major barriers to designing a building material that you could use to create carbon neutral buildings and eventually carbon neutral cities. Now, we asked, so what if you could make a building material that uses CO2 emissions and waste plastic to create building materials that would themselves reduce the need for carbon intensive materials, such as concrete? Now, so we looked to an enzyme-driven process well studied at Montana State with the capacity to do exactly that. It has been scientifically established that when you take carbon and precipitate it into solid mineral form through a process known as enzyme-induced calcium carbonate precipitation, or EICP, which you can use to make essentially limestone. Now, for the past several decades, this EICP research has been explored for its capacity to strengthen liquefiable soils, repair cracked masonry, and notably here at MSU, it's been used to plug oil well boreholes with self-healing bioconcrete. So it's pretty well known, and it's one that we can use AICPE minerals to produce material with compressive strength that is the same or even greater than that of traditional concrete. However, no one has made virgin material by binding together plastic waste with calcium carbonate, and I hypothesized that we could. This has been my journey that I've taken in research through the past year. I opted to use styrofoam for my experiments since it's a type 7 plastic and not readily recyclable. I also considered that materials made from expanded polystyrene, like coffee cups or styrofoam coolers, could provide extra insulative value to any resulting material. The mineralization process is working about as we expect, as you can see, with the small amounts of mineral on the lower left of these microscopy slides. On the right, in the scanning electron microscopy image, you can see the tetragonal crystals of calcite that have nucleated on the styrofoam pieces. And while this is just a beginning and a really small amount of mineral, it's kind of fun to look at the very small scale. I'm continuing to refine my process by adding organic binding matrices to retain more of the mineral in the mineralization chamber. This is leading to promising results in the cohesiveness of the material and is the area that I'm currently focusing on in my lab work. My next, since it does take about a week or even 2 weeks for these samples to grow, I recently delved into 3D printing as a method to expand the process and quadruple my rate of sample production. And it's also just been something I've been really interested in for a long time, is 3D printing. My next steps involve varying the different parameters to create a strong, stable, and usable material. Eventually, I hope to explore this process with other species of plastic to get different material qualities and potentially start a company or nonprofit to produce this material. In terms of final application, I can't say what the exact building materials will be since I don't know yet what the material properties can be achieved. However, AICPE-made materials mature to usability much faster than regular concrete, which make them ideal to use when building back in the wake of climate change caused natural disasters such as hurricanes or typhoons. And since this is a material made entirely from waste materials, it's really, really inexpensive to produce. And as a very simple chemical process, and since CO2 and plastic waste are found all across the globe, I think that it may be possible to produce this material on site and eliminate material transportation emissions. Ultimately, I hope that this material can be used all over the globe, from remote developing regions to wealthy cities, as a fast, inexpensive, and waste sequestering material. I guess if you come away with anything from this presentation, I hope that you come away with a sense of hope that the climate crisis is solvable through scientific innovation and that pollution can become a resource for building a cleaner and more healthy world. And I want to thank all the partners and lab groups and everything that have made this process possible. And if we have time for questions, that's great. And if not, you can email me or go through Ray or somebody at the AIChE. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much for sharing with us, Atticus. We're going to keep moving along for now. We'll come back if we have time.
Sounds good.
Our final student group today is the MSU Office of Sustainability Green Office Program.
Thank you. Atticus, could you stop sharing your screen here? Awesome, thank you. Let's see. There we go. So yeah, I am a sophomore student at Montana State University, and I'm also a student employee at our Office of Sustainability, working as the Green Office Coordinator. So I started working with the office last spring, so spring 2020, right before the pandemic hit. And really the whole thing that I've been doing with the office is working on developing and then finally launching our Green Office program. So we were able to finally launch the program in this recent fall. And what's important to note about the program is it's not unique to MSU. A lot of universities across the country use similar programs, including Harvard and the University of Montana. And how we have formulated this program here at MSU, we want to accomplish a couple things. Those are developing agency for environmentally conscientious individuals at MSU, building a network of engaged MSU community members through conversations and education, and getting those people engaged and working together. Our overarching goal is to spread this culture of sustainability where people take in aspects of sustainability into their day-to-day decision-making, and it helps inform their actions at MSU and elsewhere. So the way that this program works, we have this one main tool is our Green Office checklist. This is just a big Excel spreadsheet that has about 72 action items on several different pages. We have the required page, and then 1 through 3 point things depending on the difficulty of implementing these actions, as well as the impact that they would have. And it's important to note that these action items are evolving. So as we learn more about how we can better reduce our impact on campus, we'll be adding and adapting these things. And the other cool thing that we've tried to incorporate here is for certain actions, there is going to be some sort of incorporated mitigation of greenhouse gas emissions. And we've tried to roughly estimate how the amount of emissions we're mitigating based on the number of office members in a space. So here you can see a screenshot from our progress dashboard within the checklist where the points you've earned are compiled as well as emissions. And you can see you also have the ability to level up within the program. So the other important tool that we have with the program is our Green Office resources. These are used as a supplement to the checklist to help educate offices and members about general sustainability knowledge, and also help people meet our specific checklist related action items. We made about 10 of these, including the one you can see here, the workstation guide. There's also one on commuting, winter heating and teleworking, and a number of other ones. And we share these with office members once we induct them into our program. So what's really important about the Green Office program is our Green Office team leads. And these are the people that really ensure that this program actually happens in an office space. Over on the right here, we have Laura Undercuffler. She's the Green Office team lead in the Norma S. Bjornson College of Engineering Dean's office. They're one of the earlier offices to join us, and the first one to accomplish level 1. So here you can see me handing her virtual PDF certificate as they leveled up in the program. And the main responsibilities of our team leads, like Laura, are attending our Green Office orientation, which we hold every semester. And then once they've learned about the program, they'll communicate that to their office members and make sure everyone's on board, get them signed up, and start working towards these action items. And then they'll fill out and update regularly the Green Office checklist. And then they'll send that our way and continually check in with us if they have questions or any needs. And then we also send out our Green Office newsletter. So like I said, we started last semester. So we've had 2 orientations thus far. And these are the current offices we have on board. And we will be having another orientation the coming fall to induct a number more. But I want to direct your attention to this last one, Sigma Phi Epsilon fraternity. And it's important to note that that's not actually an office space, and that kind of leads me to where we want to go in the future with this program. And that's kind of expanding our scope to reach more entities. So we already have gotten Sigma Phi Epsilon on board as a Greek life entity. And how we'd like to see this program evolve in the future is turn into something more like the Green Cats program, under which the Green Office program, as well as Greek life, Res life, potentially labs on campus, as well as maybe clubs and off-campus housing is one of the ones that we're really excited about in the long-term future. So kind of our big idea where we'd like to see this going, and we're really excited. We have some more ideas of getting more Greek life involved next semester, as well as have been talking to some people in Res life. So this is already underway. So that's the Green Office program. I hope you can be on the lookout for it, and maybe in the next couple of years at MSU, you'll start to kind of see this happening in different office spaces. And you can always reach out to the Office of Sustainability. We're located in the sub with any more questions and to learn more or even get involved in our program. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing with us, Nick. And thank you to all of our student groups to being here today to present and share their projects with us. At this time, we would like to ask you all to please vote for your favorite presentation. There should be a poll popping up here soon for you to do so. Okay, thank you everyone. We're actually going to be moving along because we are running a little bit behind. So at this time, we will be moving on and Maddie will be introducing our next speaker.
Perfect. Hi, everyone. It is my pleasure to introduce Dr. Armstrong. Dr. Armstrong has a long list of accomplishments. He currently is president of the Madison River Group, which launched on January 1st of 2015. He's also an affiliate faculty member at Montana State University and a guest researcher at the International Association for Applied Systems Analysis in Luxembourg, Austria. Prior to the Madison River Group, Dr. Armstrong served with the White House Office of Science and Technology Policy during the Obama administration as the executive director of the United States Global Change Research Program. Before joining the White House, Tom served as the Department of the Interior's senior advisor for climate change. He has also presented classified briefings to intelligence experts regarding past, present, and future impacts of climate change on a wide array of national and international security issues. Dr. Armstrong served within the White House Office of Science and Technology Policy as the Executive Director of the United States Global Change Research Program and was a key player in the development of the United States Global Change Research Program's new 10-year strategic plan, the third quinquennial national climate assessment, and the President's Climate Action Plan, and a wide array of other executive office policies, executive orders, and other activities related to the federal climate change enterprise. With that brief introduction, I'd like to turn the time over to Dr. Armstrong.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Okay. So how do I get my presentation up and share screen? I don't see it.
Tom, there should be a green share screen button at the bottom of your screen.
Yeah, I'm used to that, but I don't see it. Not showing up. Let me see if I can find it somewhere else. Yeah, I do this a lot and I'm not seeing it. Now it's showing up. Okay, I had to be in a different view. Okay. All right, I think we're getting there. And from beginning. Okay. Can you hear me okay now?
We can, yes.
Okay, great. Well, thank you, first of all, for having me here to speak with you guys. It's a real pleasure. And I've really enjoyed the conference through the talks yesterday and especially the student talks today. I'll be talking a little bit about geoengineering in a minute, and AIChE. I'll be thinking of you because your work fits front and center with one of the what will be the major priorities of the Biden administration. So I'd love to talk to you more about that. There's going to be a tremendous push towards geoengineering and that kind of geoengineering that is really backed by strong science. So like I said, I'll talk a little bit about that in a minute. I'm going to do something different than I usually do. I'm going to start my talk now with my ending slides, the takeaway messages. And the reason I'm doing it this way is in looking through my slides and what I want to get across to you today, I was struck again by the realization that climate change, describing climate change to people, especially in the context of climate policy, is extremely complex and it's extremely multivariate. There are a lot of moving parts and there are a lot of things to think about in different dimensions, including time, space, sector, politics, you name it. It could be an axis in the space of policy making. So in order to kind of get our arms around what I think are the most important things for you to take away from this talk, I'm going to start here. And the first message is right off the bat, ideally, policies are roadmaps that guide the decision maker through, we'll call it a journey. I've always liked that term, and I think it really applies here. A journey that develops a clear and comprehensive understanding of the policy's purpose, scope, and outcomes in order to be deemed successful. Second point, climate policies, as I said, are especially complex and multivariate, and it really does require policy making in this instance requires a very succinct systems level understanding while also ensuring that any risk of unintended consequences is sufficiently low. And that, again, going back to Atticus's talk, really applies to any attempt to try to remove greenhouse gases from the atmosphere, not just mitigation, which is emissions reduction. Whenever we start getting into a field like this, we need to know a lot more than we typically do up front in order to avoid these unforeseen circumstances or unintended consequences. So please keep that point in mind. The third point is that the chance of achieving successful climate policy is always greatly enhanced when it's implemented within a well-developed and proven what we call end-to-end adaptive management framework. And what I mean by end-to-end is if you had a line, and you'll see this later in my talk, and on the left side of the line, you know, like a stick that's just laying there in your mind, on one end of the stick is science. On the other end of the stick is decision making or decision makers. And if you broke that stick in half, separated it, and then drove like a hole, like a fracture about as deep as the Grand Canyon between the two pieces of the stick, you would be looking at the knowledge gap that exists between science and today's decision makers. And one of the major rate limiting factors that has prevented us from taking more successful action than we have so far in either mitigating or adapting to climate change has been this void, this break, this fracture between how a scientist thinks and what they think is important and how to describe it versus how a policymaker or a decision maker thinks. So having that end-to-end approach where on one end you start with the science, you collect data, you synthesize the data, you do process level research, then you build a bridge to the decision makers through outreach, through stakeholder engagement with communication professionals, scientists, everybody that has anything to do with the topic. You get these people together, working together to build that communication bridge between the scientists or the science community and science and the needs of the decision makers. That bridge is a two-way road, okay? It has to be iterative, it has to be flexible, and it has to be open and trusted. in order for this to work. But without it, we're in trouble. So I want you to keep that in mind as we go through the talk, those 3 points. Now, let me see. Okay. Defining policy and regulations, 2 pieces of my talk, the title. And I think this is really critical that you understand this as well, that there is a really important distinction between policy and regulation. Policy, and I actually would like to, I should have polished this up a little bit more on this slide, but this definition, policy is can be a regulation, a procedure, an action, an incentive. It could be voluntary practice, et cetera, but it guides decisions for the purpose of achieving rational outcomes. That is the most important part of this, is that policies are not highly prescriptive, especially when you're talking about climate policy, because again, it's such a big, diverse, broad, and in places deep portfolio that you really can't be micro-focused with your policy. It's got to be open and broad. Therefore, it works best when when the policy emphasizes guidance, taking a journey, rational outcome achievement. It's kept at a high level, it's kept broad, open, and flexible for other policy elements, and one of which is regulation. And a couple that you're probably familiar with one way or another are EPA's Clean Water Act and Clean Air Act. It's like traffic rules. Regulations are policies that are prescriptive, direct, require, or especially mandate action with the intent of causing shifts or changes to things like society, economics, nature, the list goes on. Regulations can be thought of, if you want, as an element, like an arm of policy, but they are really a more isolated, more actionable element that is used to make sure that people actually do take action, that they take prescribed action in one direction or another. But if they don't, there are penalties, like with the Clean Water Act or the Clean Air Act, with penalties on states that don't meet total maximum daily loads of pesticides or herbicides or whatever. So again, keep this in mind. Regulatory, very prescriptive, enforceable. Policy tends not to be enforceable. It can be measured, it can be scored, and we'll come back to that in a minute. But it is more general guidance than anything. Now, another thing I want you to visualize is, think of your desk or your table where you're sitting now. I'm sitting at a desk that's a rectangle, 4 corners. We have a thing in policy making called decision space. And basically, this is the space, the boundary sort of defined space where things like policy, elements like policy, can be shaped, can be discussed, can be manipulated, they can be modified. It's where the work occurs in negotiating what is in a policy agenda. There are 4 major elements, policy elements, to the climate policy, frankly, worldwide. But I'll talk from my work back in the Obama administration when we put this together, which is still in play even after the Trump administration into the Biden administration. Those 4 major elements are mitigation, adaptation, geoengineering, and the 4th is what we call complacency. And my former boss, John Holdren, the president's science advisor, used to use the term suffering instead. And I hate to be the one to break this to you. You probably know this already, but in the past couple decades, since there's been pretty wide recognition that there was action that needed to be taken on climate change, the policy element that has received the most attention is 4, because it's the easiest to do, but unfortunately, it's also the worst of the 4 to focus on, because you're sticking your head in the sand and doing nothing while climate change continues to get worse or gets more intense, however you want to put it, and there's more inertia in the system. The longer we wait, the less we can actually do in terms of arresting climate change, turning it around, or in curing the disease of climate change. It will take longer, it'll take more resources, and in the meanwhile, we've had over $26 billion disasters related to climate change in the United States, many of which could have been avoided almost entirely. And because of the fact that we were focused on policy element 4, doing nothing, nothing really got done to prevent these things, or very little. So keep this in mind. When I talk about the decision space, it's about 4 elements today. But if our climate policies of today are going to be successful tomorrow, our policy surface, the rectangle, should go from 4 elements to 3 and become the triangle. And that will be one sign of success. One other point to make at the bottom of this slide is that ultimately the sum of the climate policies must include those 3 aspects that I talked about. And what we're really trying to establish here, what the end goal of climate policy is specifically, is the arrest of anthropogenic climate change and the achievement of what we call total system equilibrium. That is a biodiverse, resilient, and sustainable planet. One that can function without human intervention, one that should function without significant intervention, but one that's resilient, is healthy, and can take care of itself, and is not stressed like it is today by human endeavors. Now, you'll see in the title slide, my talk has 3 chapters: understanding the past of climate and climate policy, adapting to the present, and building resilience for the future. Just real quickly, Kathy Whitlock gave a super talk on this part yesterday, understanding the past. Why is it important? Well, if we can get into the geologic or paleontologic record far enough, and it doesn't take far, we just have to get by the Industrial Revolution of the 1800s, we start to see signals in terms of time trends, of elemental trends, status and trends, we'll call it, that are purely natural. It's natural variability and cycles that give us insights as to how nature and ecosystems operate and respond to shock. It's extremely critical for establishing a baseline of knowing what does the climate look like without human interference, because once we start getting over into the area of the Industrial Revolution and beyond, as Kathy Whitlock pointed out yesterday, if there was no human signal in the climate record for today, we would be going towards another ice age. We would be in a continued period of global cooling. But that record is totally swamped by the increasing temperature record of anthropogenic climate change. So that's why understanding the past is so important. If you're going to have policies that say we're going to go after and attack anthropogenic elements of climate change, but leave nature to doing the natural functions, you damn well better understand what's natural and what's anthropogenic. And if you don't, there is the kicker for what I call unintended consequences. Now, going to the present, I'm not going to spend a lot of time here because I think I've already talked about most of it. The present, describing the present in a policy context is difficult because in places you may have a weak human signal and see more of that natural variability shine through. In other places, like when we start to look at Chesapeake Bay in the eastern shore of Maryland, you can see on this slide, I've got the sea level rise trend up from the 1900s to the year 2000, and it's on a fairly linear trend upwards. It is a very difficult trend to pull out. You look at that and you say, global warming, sea level rise. Yeah, it is sea level rise. Part of it is due to thermal expansion of the ocean due to human activity. Part is also due to the melting of the ice sheets, but it's a very, very small part of this. In fact, the reason Chesapeake Bay is going up largely right now has more to do with what's called isostasy. It is a rebound effect of the crust, where the crust is subsiding right now due to an attempt of geophysical response to the unloading of the last ice sheet 10,000 years ago in the New England area, the mid-Atlantic area. Now, this was all south of the terminus of the glacier, but it was in that periglacial area where what happened to the north impacted the crust to the south in the area of Maryland. And lo and behold, you get this. The reason I bring this up is that you really have got to have a good grasp on the science and how the science impacts all these indicators of change. And what part of that indicator, the total indicator of change, is related to human activity? What's related to what I just described? Geological activity? And can we normalize this by taking out the geologic activity so that we're just looking at the increase in sea level due to anthropogenic activities? The answer is yes, we can. We do that. But I just put that up here as an example of how complicated adapting to the present can really be, especially for policy making, because there is such a diverse and highly heterogeneous overlap and interference of natural processes and anthropogenic processes. So what does this mean for the future? Well, resilience capacity building is really the ticket for what we're why we try to adapt. We're trying to obviously keep afloat as we figure out ways to reduce our emissions, to potentially create some geoengineering opportunities within the atmosphere that would reduce the amount of atmospheric greenhouse gases as well, in an effort to flatten the curves, to lower the temperatures, to reach a natural steady state or equilibrium condition. The future is harder to predict because there are a lot of options, as Kathy again showed yesterday. Different scenarios depending on how aggressive our mitigation and geoengineering activities are. With adaptation, it's life support to get us from one day to the next until we get to that point where we can survive the shocks and the impacts without taking any real significant response actions towards it. Now, I don't know when that will be or where that will be, but again, it is going to be a complicated ride, and it's one that as we start to develop climate policy, we have to consider how complex the entire system is. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this. This is just a demonstration of, in my company, one of the tools we use. It's a neural network that helps us to understand what's the best way to facilitate the building of that bridge between science and decision making. Put it quickly, and I'm not sure if you can see my mouse or not, but over on the left side of the diagram, there's the box climate change. That's the science that scientists work on in climate to start with. And they're going to move from left to right across this diagram, trying to dial in and focus more and more on what are the specific science issues that need to be addressed in order to promote sound policy making about climate change and its impacts at any level. The first order of impact attribution you get as we start to dial in on climate change are things like the study of temperature, precip, and seasonality. If you dial in even closer to the ground, You can take temperature and look at temperature in the scientific context of heat index, for example, soil moisture, precip form, et cetera, et cetera. What we're seeing here is from left to right, the science community looking in more detail in each of these steps at their scientific agenda to see what pops out of this that starts to resonate with a decision maker or a policy maker who is over on the right-hand side of the diagram, where you see fire frequency, invasives, disease, yields, etc. The policy maker or the decision maker, when we facilitate these discussions between the two groups, we get them thinking in a more generalistic way. They're down on the ground, thinking at a highly detailed level, like, for example, invasives and fire frequency as separate entities. We try to get them to think in a more integrated fashion about fire risk with regard to fire frequency, invasives, disease, yields, consumptive use of water, et cetera, et cetera. When they make that roll over from the right to the left, from, for example, from fire frequency to fire risk, they are now in that gray zone in the middle that looks like a rectangle. That's the table. That's the policy discussion space. And it is the area of development of adaptation actions. This is the place where scientists and decision makers start to use a common language that helps us to figure out what are the science activities and other related activities that we need to include in our decision-making and policy-making formula that will resonate with the issues identified by the people on the right, the decision makers themselves. I hope that makes sense. I know it's complicated, but it is just purely used as a tool to help bring different camps together that speak different languages. This is a multi-component interaction diagram on the food, water, energy nexus. It is the same kind of thing I just showed in a different format. You'll notice there are little circles. The big circles, water, food, and energy, are policy elements. The little circles are questions that are related to the interaction of, say, water and energy, or water and food, or food and energy. And those questions can be turned around and made into policy statements and performance measures that help us to actually use this visualization in the construction of actual policy directives. And those questions, like I said, become dictums, or they become methods of attack along the policy front. And the questions can be turned into performance measures that we score at, like a scorecard, like we saw before, I think, with one of the talks, student talks a little bit earlier. And in doing so, we end up with a system that actually builds the beginnings of a policy framework about food, energy, and water. Now, last slide, real quick. This is a summary. In yellow, those boxes in yellow are all kinds of different activities and support services that are required to move policymaking from its start, its incipient beginnings of discussion and dialogue, all the way to its use by legislative affair experts or lobbyists or other kinds of advocates in the development of shifts in practice and in policy at all scales. If we go to the bottom of the diagram, that blue line with the arrow to the right just shows the policy-making progress direction. So that's just telling you, let's start at the left and move to the right. The blue boxes on top identify the different elements that we need to take into consideration. Number one, identify the problem you want to solve, or the problems with new policy or existing modified policy. Data, that's the science information. What data do we need to collect initially to best address that question or that problem? Over time, that database builds up and more science is brought in. And we get to the point where it's now time to take the science and distill it, synthesize it, and translate it into a useful and usable format by decision makers and policymakers. That is the translation step. And now we get into the realm of information. This is information that is actually understandable and useful by all kinds of different decision makers and policymakers. And if you drop down to the yellow boxes, you'll see technical assessment. An example of this kind of information I'm talking about is a technical assessment you may be familiar with here in Montana. It's the one Kathy Whitlock talked about yesterday, the 2017 Montana Climate Assessment, which it goes through the data, the science, the predictions, the projections, but it also gives recommendations, high level, but they are recommendations on what are the issues and what do we need to start emphasizing down the road in order to address these issues most effectively. It also tells you where the information gaps are, where we need to go back through the system with these small little blue arrows, the adaptive management track, in order to collect additional information to make better decisions. And it keeps, the whole body keeps moving to the right, to the point where we end up with enough information to take action. And there's recommended actions that can be made at the agency level, at a corporate level, at a governmental level, whatever. We call that phase the piloting solution phase, where we develop pilots that try to utilize the very new draft policy information in a way that it actually is now useful to take action with that information, like through regulations, which we talked about before, or through legislative affairs, so that the solutions that come out of this whole enterprise, they are not used directly to make shifts, but they are the fuel, they are the energy, and they are the force behind people saying, okay, this is what the science and decision-making community jointly working together has figured out. We need to take these actions in order to affect these shifts in practice and shifts in policy. When you get to that point, you have conducted an effective policy development and policy implementation. And again, the policy itself provides guidance. It provides a structured discussion and journey, but it does not give you the answers alone. You need a framework like what we have up on the screen right now that you can follow step by step through, almost like a cookbook, and realize that there are iterative loops in there that allow you to go back and re-dialogue or reiterate and come back with even better solutions or better piloting solutions that will score better in the performance evaluation as to whether our policy that we've developed has given us the desired shifts we were looking for. So I'll stop there. That was long. I hope that introduction didn't take too much of the real time away. But again, I would welcome any chance to answer questions. My name, my email's on the slide deck. Anytime, love to talk to you. I hope this has been useful. Thank you.
Excellent. That was great, Tom. Now we're going to move into our breakout room. So I'd like to invite you all to click on that link, and we are going to go hop into that breakout room to discuss what was just presented.
Welcome back, everyone. As you all can see, we're running a little bit behind, so we've decided to reorganize the last little bit of our conference, and I will go through those specifically here with you so you know what to do. So the last two presentations that we have are pre-recorded, and we strongly recommend that you watch them on your own browser with the links that we've provided for YouTube in order to watch them to get the best quality. And we'll also be streaming them here on our Zoom, but again, best quality would be watching from your own browser. So we're going to quickly go through Brian Vadheim's presentation and Catherine Kirkland's presentation, and then we will rejoin for an extended breakout session at around 12:15 p.m., which gives you enough time to watch both of these videos on your own browser. But when you do rejoin, please go straight to the breakout session that we have assigned for Dr. Kirkland, which is this link here. All of these links have been sent in the chat, and I'm working on getting a big email out to all of you with all the links that you need. This puts our lunch break at 12:30 to 1 p.m. and then we will start the final panel at 1 p.m. So we're running about 30 minutes behind schedule. I'll now pass it over to Lauren, who's going to give you a little introduction on Brian Vadheim.
Thanks, Callie. So our next presenter that I would like to introduce is Brian Vadheim. Brian works at Vivid Economics, a London-based consultancy where he specializes in using large satellite data sets and climate models to inform agriculture, forest, and water policy around the world. He works regularly with international development organizations, developing country governments, and the private sector and investors in order to better understand the implications of and inform responses to climate change. Montana native, Brian has long been passionate about natural resources and graduated with honors and degrees in both chemical engineering and economics from Montana State University. As a recipient of a 2013 Marshall Scholarship, Brian earned graduate degrees in economics from the London School of Economics in climate change science and policy from the University of Bristol. Up next, we have a recorded presentation from Brian Vadheim.
Go ahead and introduce Kat.
And before you go to that recorded lecture, I'm also going to introduce Dr. Catherine Kirkland. Dr. Catherine Kirkland is an assistant professor in civil engineering with a focus in the environmental engineering, associated with the Center for Biofilm Engineering's and Energy Research Institute. Catherine works on advanced materials precipitation strategies to seal leaky wellbores and is also in active collaboration with partners at the University of Delft in the Netherlands, where she studies morphology and the activity of aerobic granular sludge sampled from full-scale Dutch wastewater treatment plants. She earned a PhD in environmental engineering from MSU as an NSF graduate research fellow. She was previously employed for nearly 5 years at Genesis Engineering, where she worked primarily on subdivision plat applications, floodplain and septic permitting, and stormwater design. For both of these presentations, again, we remind you that it is recommended to watch them in a separate browser on YouTube.
Hi, everyone. My name is Brian Vadheim. I'm an economist at Vivid Economics, which is an environmental economics consulting firm based out of London. I spend most of my time thinking about natural resources, so agriculture, forestry, water, that sort of thing. Typically, the projects that I work on are for governments or multilateral institutions, like the World Bank, UN agencies, or development institutions like USAID. I also spend a bit of my time in the private sector, thinking about low carbon transition problems and strategy for corporations, as well as for investors as they try and get a grasp on what a sustainable future might look like. And I'm here to talk to you today a bit about economics and its role in a sustainable future. I'm going to start with a pretty common idea that the world has a climate problem. I suspect that everybody listening to this presentation has heard that before, and if they haven't heard it before, they have certainly heard it in the past 2 days of conference presentations. So I'm an economist, and so I'm going to be a bit pedantic and read you some of these quotes. Emissions resulting from human activities are substantially increasing the atmospheric concentrations of the greenhouse gases. This will result in an increase of global mean temperature in the range of 1.5 to 4.5 degrees Celsius. Therefore, industrialized countries should adapt their own economies in line with future agreements to limit emissions. The quotes in the second column look pretty similar. Perhaps they're even more stark. So human influence on the climate system is really clear. Continued emission of greenhouse gases will cause further warming, increasing the likelihood of severe, pervasive, and irreversible impacts for people and ecosystems. Limiting that climate change would require substantial and sustained reductions in greenhouse gas emissions. Why am I reading you this slide? Because they're quotes, and they're quotes from 30 years ago. The first column is from the IPCC assessment report from 1990, and the second column is from the fifth version of that same publication in 2014. I am not cherry picking here. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the IPCC, the world's leading convention of scientists on climate change, have been saying the same thing for 30 years. I could have picked any of the 2 or any of the 5 different currently published assessment reports, or I would be willing to bet any of the headlines from the IPCC assessment report number 6, which is coming out in 2022, and we would have come to the same conclusion, that we have known about climate change for decades. The science has been clear for decades. The impacts have been clear for decades, and what we need to do. So adapting our own economies requires substantial and sustained reductions in greenhouse gas emissions. That has also been clear for decades. And yet, somehow we haven't done anything about it. This graphic is one that will be familiar to most of you, I suspect, as well. It's annual carbon dioxide emissions associated with the burning of fossil fuels for energy and for cement production. You'll see that since the publication of Assessment Report 1 in 1990, that pink dashed line, things haven't gotten that much better. CO2 emissions certainly haven't gone down, and in fact, they've continued to rise at as fast or faster as the previous 40 years. And so we are now up to 35 billion tons of carbon dioxide emissions every single year. So I want to reframe our previous statement that the world has a climate problem. Sure, of course that's true. The world does have a climate problem. But maybe a more actionable statement is that the world has a climate communications problem. Now, how we've tried to deal with this in the past is by making statements like I've put below. Surely, if more people knew, that would solve the problem. That would result in governments, in individuals, in companies doing something about climate change and reducing their emissions. If we had more or better or clearer evidence, that's the classic scientists approach of we need more research in order to be able to say, and surely once we have that research, we can demonstrate unequivocally that this is a problem on a massive scale, and that will motivate action. Another approach that we've taken before is if we translate this into tangible impacts on the ecosystem. So make it really clear, carbon dioxide emissions, that's pretty abstract and hard for people to see, but people can see polar bears and tree frogs and things like that. So maybe if we illustrate perhaps through pictures, the impact on polar bears, I'm sure that all of you have seen some version of the picture below of polar bears standing on melting ice caps as a way to make people care about climate change. The problem is that it hasn't worked. If it had worked, I would not have been able to show you the carbon emissions graph and it continuing to rise that I just showed you a slide or two ago. So I'm an economist and I like to make gross simplifications. But what the conclusion that I draw from the fact that the world has known about climate change, its consequences, and what to do about it for the past 30 years is that people know, and for some reason they do not care. Now, I want to convince you that you do not have to care about science, you don't have to care about the environment, and you don't even have to care about polar bears or tree frogs in order to care about climate. The corollary of this is that if you care about polar bears and tree frogs, which I certainly do, then it can be beneficial to assume that your audience does not. I want to give you a few examples of climate communications that might motivate action that do not rely on any of those previous assumptions. Now, I don't want to pick too much on climate scientists or the NGOs that make and rely on what I'm calling the polar bears and tree frogs arguments. I think that those are, first of all, 100% true. They are secondly really important, and they do make more people aware of this issue, which I think is really important. And so I don't want to sell them short. However, I do want to talk today about 3 arguments for climate action that, in my view, are massively underutilized. Now, I'm going to be incredibly reductive in assuming that people exclusively care about their self-interest. They want to make money and what is in their interest, and that is it. So 3 arguments to work on that work on those sociopaths. First, that ignoring climate is going to cost you money. Secondly, and humans are very jealous creatures, and the only thing worse than it costing you money is that it means that somebody else is going to make money instead of you. And the third argument, particularly applicable for governments, is that climate investments are better for the wider economy. So let me start with the first, that ignoring climate is going to cost you money. And don't worry, I want to make sure the best way to illustrate all 3 of these arguments is with examples. And so I'm going to bring along examples. Now, where better to start than energy? The energy sector is one of the biggest in the world. It comes in at $6 trillion in annual turnover. This graph is another very common and familiar one, the global primary energy consumption by source. So it looks at all of the world's energy and breaks it up into where it comes from. You'll see traditional biomass there in red along the bottoms, or along the bottom. So that is that's mostly wood. You can see that humans have been using wood to create energy for quite some time, since well before this graph starts in 1800. You'll see fossil fuels in gray, blue, and purple, respectively. So coal, oil, and gas. And then at the very tip top, you will see other renewables. So solar there in yellow makes up something like 1% of our total energy consumption today. Now, I want to pick on coal, which will probably not surprise any of you. But before I pick on coal, I want to talk to you about renewables. Now, there's a lot going on this graphic, which is one that I've borrowed from ARENA, which is one of the global leading sources on energy systems. And so each of these columns, these 4 columns, onshore wind, solar photovoltaics, offshore wind, and concentrating solar power, which is, I don't know if any of you have seen those big towers with the mirrored arrays that concentrate sunlight into a particular point in order to generate electricity. So these are 4 different types of renewable energy projects. Now, all of the dots that you see, those are individual projects from around the world. And the y-axis on the left is the cost per kilowatt hour associated with that project. And so the lines that you see, the orange and blue lines, those are averages from around the world. And again, you can see there on the bottom that timelines associated with all of these. So in general, almost all of the, this is clearest to see in the solar PV column, the second column, but this is true of all of them, is that they start there on the left at relatively high cost. And then that's in 2010, roughly a decade or so ago. And then by 2020, so just last year, those costs are a lot cheaper. These, by the way, are unsubsidized. So the subsidies have been, to the extent that they exist in whatever markets, those have been accounted for. And what you're seeing is the unsubsidized cost associated with renewable energy sources. Now, the green band on the across each of these graphics that runs from about $0.6 or $0.06 or 6 cents per kilowatt hour up all the way to roughly 16 cents per kilowatt hour. That is more or less the range associated with fossil fuels. So if you were to build a new fossil fuel plant today, that would be towards the top end of that range in terms of cost per kilowatt hour. If you were to build a brand new, or excuse me, if you were to operate an existing coal-fired power plant, so you don't have to pay for any of the infrastructure costs associated with building it, the operating costs are down towards the bottom of that range, roughly 6 cents per kilowatt hour. The costs associated with fossil fuels are relatively similar around the world. Of course, I'm massively oversimplifying, and any expert in the coal sector will tell you that things certainly do vary by regulation within the country, by how close your coal source is, by how good that coal source is, all of those sorts of things. But in general, fossil fuel plants fall within that green band. Now, why am I showing you this graphic? It is because renewables have gotten massively cheaper and over the past 10 years. And many of them, like solar, they've started being competitive, unsubsidized, with fossil fuel sources of electricity just in the past 5 years. And that means a massive change is on the horizon. And nobody thinks that renewables are done getting cheaper, right? So many people, many energy experts expect that by 2025 or so, the cost of solar might be as low as 1 or 2 cents a kilowatt hour. In some of the sunniest places of the world right now, there are competitive, unsubsidized auctions in which solar photovoltaics are providing energy at 2 cents a kilowatt hour or 3 cents a kilowatt hour, or roughly half the lowest operating cost of fossil fuels. So what does that mean? That means that pretty soon, building renewables will be cheaper than operating coal. Now, let that sink in for a moment. You can build a brand new solar photovoltaic plant very soon for less money than it would cost you to keep a coal-fired power plant that is already built and that you already have running. That's wild. Now, what are the implications of that? The obvious implication is that that's pretty bad news for the coal sector and its investors. The graph on the left that you see is a snapshot of a commodity index, the US Coal Commodity Index, from between October of 2014 and September, the end of September of 2015, in which the coal price dropped something like 80% from its previous average, which had been, of course, like all commodity markets, fluctuates up and down, but has been relatively consistent over the previous stretch. So that 80% drop in coal prices is that happens to coincide with when onshore wind and solar started to get competitive with the more expensive fossil fuel plants. Now, of course, there's like many factors here. In addition to the rise of renewables, there's also natural gas that started competing with coal, and to a variety of different things. And so I'm not saying that renewables are the one killer of coal, but they are a contributor. Now, all of those companies that you see on the right-hand side, all of them are bankrupt. And all of them went bankrupt in roughly a 3 to 4 year stretch, around starting in, I think, 2012 out to 2016 or so, because many of these companies had taken out big loans on coal-fired power plants and the infrastructure associated with them. So the shipping bays associated with coal, the mines associated with coal, all of those things. Now, if you are an investor in one of these companies, you lost a lot of money. That means that loans and investments made to fund coal right now, in general, they're bad investments. There's a really high risk of default. So if you care about, you do not, again, the point here is you do not have to care about climate. If you are an investor who cares about money, you need to stop being in coal. That brings me to the second argument that I want to spend a bit of time on and bring you an example of. Ignoring climate means someone else gets to make money. Now, I won't belabor this too much, but I want to bring you an example of forestry here. So any climate scenario that comes anywhere close to 2 degrees Celsius, which is the target associated with Paris Climate Accords, is to keep the world at or below 2 degrees of global average temperature warming. Any of those scenarios need to massively expand forested areas. We're talking hundreds of millions of hectares. Just to give you a sense of scale, the Amazon rainforest, the entire Amazon rainforest, is something like 550 million hectares. And it depends on exactly what scenario and exactly what temperature you're getting to. But any of the scenarios that the IPCC has published, they have a lot of forestry, on the order of anywhere between half an Amazon to 2 Amazons worth of reforestation and ecosystem restoration over the next 30 to 50 years. Now, and the reason for that, of course, is because tropical rainforests in particular, but natural ecosystems in general, are incredibly carbon dense. And so cutting them down in the first place has contributed quite a lot to greenhouse gases globally already, and emissions generally. And so reforesting and restoring those habitats can be an important factor in reducing emissions and pulling carbon dioxide out of the air. So now, all of this is predicated on the world actually doing something about climate change. But if it does, all of that land area that needs to be restored, somebody needs to restore it. Now, forest finance, to the extent that it has existed before, has historically been pretty small and largely the purview of the public sector. But the policies associated with ecosystem recovery and those sorts of things, they've already started to emerge. And so we can see examples of this where in the voluntary carbon offsets market, where companies are starting to make money by restoring forested areas. And if provided that continues, which the expectation, if the world is going to meet its Paris agreements, the expectation is that it will. So if that does happen, we're talking about a market that is absolutely massive. It is something like 7.7 trillion with a T dollars out to 2050. Now, of course, we said earlier that the energy sector is $6 trillion annually, but still 7.7 trillion over the next 30 years is nothing to sneeze at. That is a lot of money to be made in reforesting the world. Here again, the point is you do not have to care about forests. You do not have to love tree frogs. If you want to make money, there is an opportunity to do that. Finally, this brings me to the third argument that I think is underutilized, and that's that climate investments are better for the economy. Now, this is a bit of work that we did recently on simulating COVID-19 stimulus packages that included environmental restoration investments instead of building traditional infrastructure. Now, everybody will be very familiar, given the recent debates in DC about stimulus packages. What most people know about stimulus packages is that some of them have involved checks to people. Now, that's not the spending that I'm talking about. So that sort of spending, along with bailouts to the restaurant industry or the airline industry, that's also not what I'm talking about. There's a portion of that stimulus package that includes investments. And some of those investments around the world have tended to favor traditional infrastructure. So rebuilding roads, rebuilding bridges, all of those sorts of things. Now, all of those things are, of course, really important, and I don't want to, as an economist, I love infrastructure, and I don't want to knock the roads and bridges argument as being important for the economy. However, one of the things that we looked at, and one of the things that we were able to demonstrate with some economic modeling, is that scenarios that stimulus packages that involve some nature-based solutions. So things like, in nature-based solutions, the acronym for that is, of course, NBS, which is why you will see that on the graphic currently on the screen. Now, nature-based solutions, those are basically environmental restoration investments. They are forest restoration, they are peatland and wetland restoration, those sorts of things. Now, those have the benefit of being really labor intensive. That means that you don't need to source a bunch of steel, you don't need to source concrete or something like that. Some of that, those supply chains end up overseas. So we import quite a lot of our steel, for example, from China or from other countries around the world. And so stimulus packages that make big investments in traditional infrastructure that rely on steel, some of that money ends up going via trade routes over to the companies that make the steel in China or other parts of the world. So being labor intensive means that those jobs stay domestic, which is something that's really popular with national lawmakers. Now, that means that nature-based solutions investments in environmental restoration can actually do better in terms of job creation, in terms of creating economic value, all of the sorts of things that we care about when we're implementing stimulus packages. So the takeaway here is that even if you don't care about environmental outcomes, even if you do not give a rip about biodiversity or carbon storage or any of those sorts of things, restoration projects associated with stimulus can outperform conventional alternatives. That's all there is to it. Now, I've been talking too long, so I want to wrap up with just a plea, I guess. Of course, scientific and environmental messaging is really important, but it's not enough. There are really powerful economic arguments, and I hope that I've demonstrated this to you over the past 20 minutes or so. that there are really powerful economic arguments that exist in order to motivate climate action across a wide array of topics. I picked a handful of examples, but I could talk for some time about others. Ultimately, climate communications is going to require a mix of approaches. And so any of you who are thinking of undertaking some sort of climate advocacy, whether that's you want to lobby someone in the government, whether you want to encourage action within the companies that you will be working for, whether that is you want to make sure that the scientific research that you're doing is impactful and useful to policymakers, I would please encourage you to consider economic arguments as a tool in your arsenal in order to drive that point home. I have found them to be really effective, and I think that they're massively underutilized. I really appreciate your attention. It's been really nice to talk to you today, and I look forward to any questions that you have during the panel. Thank you very much.
I'm glad to be here today to talk about wastewater treatment in the context of climate change and share with you a little bit about my research on aerobic granular sludge, which is an emerging wastewater treatment biotechnology. I'm going to start with the takeaway message. Aerobic granular sludge may be less affected by climate change impacts and also contribute less to climate change than more traditional treatment methods like activated sludge. In this preview image, you can see granules on the left and activated sludge on the right after 5 minutes in these glasses. And they're very clearly different. And to get to why that matters, I'm going to start with a quick explanation of how wastewater treatment works in general and how it is related to climate change. Then I'm going to tell you about what makes granular sludge different and interesting from a climate perspective. Finally, I'll tell you a little bit about my new research program here at MSU and what I'm trying to accomplish with granular sludge with respect to these other water quality benefits that I allude to. Now, wastewater comes from all the expected places in our homes, offices, schools, and so on. Before we discharge this water back to receiving waters, we want to make sure that we remove organics. These are carbon-based molecules because they will consume oxygen in the receiving waters as they degrade, and that's harmful for aquatic life. And we want to remove nutrients like nitrogen and phosphorus, which can cause an overgrowth of algae and also decrease water quality. Various strains of bacteria perform the biochemical reactions to remove these contaminants, and we just need to provide them the right environment. We build treatment reactors with a range of oxygen conditions so that the right kinds of bacteria will grow. We need combinations of aerobic, anaerobic, and anoxic conditions to remove organics like nitrogen and phosphorus. Now, nitrogen and phosphorus are especially tricky because there are multiple species of microbes involved, and they require multiple oxygen conditions in a specific order to achieve complete removal of nitrogen and phosphorus. What this typically looks like is a series of reactors with different oxygen levels. So the different kinds of bacteria are suspended in the wastewater, as you saw in that first image of activated sludge in the glass. And they carry out their part of the process when they encounter the right conditions. In Bozeman, our treatment plant achieves removal of organics and nutrients by operating a series of these 5 reactors with a recycle of flow between them. So the anaerobic and aerobic reactors are for phosphorus removal. These anoxic and aerobic remover reactors facilitate nitrogen removal, and carbon sources can be consumed throughout the process, but that especially happens here in the aerobic section. Since there are literally tons of bacteria just floating around in the water and they're doing all the work, we need a clarifier here at the end to concentrate and collect those bacteria so that we can send them back to the beginning of the process to do it again. And then the clean water comes out here at the top. Now, the regulatory requirement for nutrient removal is relatively new in the last few decades, but the basic concept of biological wastewater treatment to remove organics has been around and in practice for more than 100 years. So, what does this have to do with climate change, you may ask? Well, it turns out that climate change impacts wastewater treatment, and wastewater treatment contributes to climate change. Now, we'll start with how climate change influences wastewater treatment. And the earlier version of this image was missing this component, stormwater. And we know that one of the most visible impacts of climate change is variation in weather patterns, where some areas are becoming wetter and some are becoming drier. Additionally, extreme weather events like major storms are increasing in frequency. In many places, especially in older cities in the Northeast or the upper Midwest here in the US, stormwater and wastewater collect in the same sewer pipes. This is called combined sewage. And even under small amounts of rain, like when it's falling on a really large impermeable area like a modern city, can amount to a huge volume of runoff, which overwhelms the wastewater treatment plant, which was never designed to handle that amount of water. And the result is that the excess water, which is essentially diluted raw sewage, is discharged directly to surface water. This already happens, and it's expected to get worse with more intense storms. The increase in extreme storm events due to climate change also increases the risk of flooding in low-lying areas, which is typically where wastewater treatment plants are located. And it may result in infrastructure damage at the plant itself beyond the impact to the water quality. So in summary, these climate changes mean increasing variability in the quantity and quality of water that's coming into and going out of treatment plants. And this makes it more difficult for treatment plants to achieve the kind of high quality effluent that we expect and that's required by our laws. Now, as I said, the relationship between climate change and wastewater goes both ways. So wastewater treatment produces 3 of the major greenhouse gases in direct emissions: carbon dioxide, methane, and nitrous oxide, or N2O. CO2 and methane are end products of anaerobic and aerobic breakdown of carbon sources. Nitrous oxide is an intermediary in the nitrogen removal process. And in the US, wastewater treatment accounts for something on the order of a couple % of total greenhouse gas emissions, but a larger fraction of methane and nitrous oxide emissions. I think methane is something on the order of the 16%. And so these two, methane and nitrous oxide, of course, are significantly more potent greenhouse gases than CO2. Wastewater treatment also has indirect impacts, which are related to energy consumption and infrastructure. It also takes a lot of energy to operate a treatment plant, with aeration equipment and pumping consuming most of that energy. Finally, the wastewater infrastructure, transmission pipelines, treatment facilities are spread across the landscape, and they require a lot of raw material and energy to construct and maintain. So now we get to aerobic granular sludge, where instead of floating around in the water in very small flocks, here the bacteria which treat the wastewater form these little balls of biofilm, typically a couple millimeters in size. And the bacteria stick together with the slime that they excrete. It's called extracellular polymeric substance, or EPS. And what is fascinating about granular sludge is that each granule is like a little reactor where all of those oxygen conditions coexist, which means that we can achieve simultaneous removal of organics and nitrogen and phosphorus within each individual little granule. Now, these different zones, the oxygen conditions, are controlled by the dissolved oxygen concentration in the bulk fluid, in the wastewater, in the reactor. And so the dissolved oxygen is consumed as it diffuses into the granules, and that allows for contaminant removal to occur within the granule during just a several hour cycle time. Aerobic granules are typically cultivated in a 3-stage sequencing batch reactor, or SBR. And here in the first phase, in the anaerobic phase, dirty wastewater comes in from the bottom and it pushes the clean treated water from the previous cycle out. When the reactor is filled, the air comes on, and that creates these oxygen gradients in each of the individual granules so that all of the removal processes can occur. When the cycle is complete and the water has reached the appropriate effluent condition, then the air gets turned off and all the granules settle very quickly, just like we saw in those first 2 images of the glasses. The granules settle very quickly, and then the cycle starts over again. Because all the reactions occur within the granules, we don't need separate reactors or recycle streams or clarifiers like in a conventional activated sludge plant like this. This image is a granular sludge system in the Netherlands, which operates under the trade name of Nereda. And this total plant serves 140,000 people. And these 2 Nereda reactors treat 7.6 million gallons of wastewater per day, which is 40% of the total flow of wastewater through this plant. Now, there are on the order of 60 to 70 Nereda facilities around the world on 6 continents. North America is a little bit late to the game, and the first full-scale plant was built in Alabama a couple years ago, and there's another one under construction now in Whitefish, Montana, which is very exciting. Now, as you likely noticed from that last image of the treatment plant in the Netherlands, the granular sludge facility takes up much less space, up to 75% less space. And these plants cost less to build and less to operate, in part because they require significantly less energy. Now recall, we're only aerating part of the time, and there's much less pumping required in these reactors. And these are benefits of granular sludge systems, which reduce the indirect climate change impacts of wastewater treatment. In addition, granular sludge systems may suffer less impact from climate change related variations in water quantity and quality than traditional systems. Variable loading here means fluctuations in concentration of organics and nutrients and other contaminants that might come through a treatment plant, say from a combined sewer. Because the bacteria are contained within the slime of the biofilm granule, they have quite a bit more protection than suspended and dispersed bacteria do in activated sludge. So effluent water quality is more stable and it recovers faster from shocks to the system. So even though we know all of these benefits of granular sludge, and there are treatment plants in operation around the world. There's still so much that we don't know about granules. When I originally started my research, I used magnetic resonance, the same technology you would use in the hospital for a brain scan, for example. I used MRI to observe the internal structure of the biofilm granules non-invasively. I was curious about differences between granules grown in the lab using synthetic wastewater and those used in real treatment plants. And there are a few of the magnets that I used for this work. These here on the right are here at MSU, and the 950 on the left is in Utrecht in the Netherlands. And the key point to know here is that magnetic resonance measures signal from hydrogen protons. In this case, that's mostly water. And the signal that we get can tell us about how mobile the water is in the very local environment. What structure does it experience? This is the reactor that we sampled in Utrecht. We dipped a bucket in during the aeration phase and we collected some granules. Here you can see the settled granules and clean water on top. This layer here, these are the floccular sludge like you would see in an activated sludge system. And from this sample, we took a granule in a 5mm sample tube and we put it in the magnet. And what you see here are MRI images of granules from 3 different sources. All of these images show a cross section of the granules, and there is water in the sample tube outside of the granules. This on the left is one kind of EPS that was extracted from granules and then re-gelled into a new granule with no bacteria in it. So it's a kind of control granule, and it looks pretty homogeneous, like we would expect, since there's only one kind of thing in that granule. The 2 images on the right show granules from 2 different treatment plants in the Netherlands. This is the one that I showed you the image of earlier. Now, this Nereda granule from Utrecht looks quite a bit different than this alginate granule here on the left. There are very dark spots and a variation in the coloring here. That indicates that the water has a different environment in these different places in the granule. This Nereda granule from Hammerwolde looks, again, different from the other 2 samples. There are bright regions that look like the Utrecht granule, but also really dark regions. In the dark regions, these are where we've already lost the signal from the water within the 5.3 milliseconds it took to create this image. Another way to look at granule structure with MRI is called a T2 relaxation map. And this measurement collects a time series of images as the signal decays. And the color here in each pixel is an indication of how long the signal lasted during the measurement. And as you can see, signal from free water in the tube, this green on the outside here, it lasts longer than the signal coming from within the granule, where you see more shades of blue. The darker blue shades here correspond to more dense cell clusters and complex EPS structures. The very light blue granule on the right is that extracted EPS or Calmera granule, which again looks pretty homogeneous since there's only one kind of biopolymer present, rather than all the variety that are present in real granules. These 2 kinds of internal structures that you see on the left are fairly common, and most granules tend to look more like the one here in the middle. Images like these made me really curious to understand more about what causes these structures and how we might be able to use granules for purposes beyond the removal of organics and nutrients from wastewater. I don't have these answers yet, but I am working on it. As you are probably aware, there are all manner of contaminants and synthetic compounds from a variety of sources in the environment, and many of them end up eventually in wastewater. These compounds, which include pharmaceuticals and forever chemicals like perfluoroalkyl substances or PFAS, are typically poorly removed in conventional wastewater treatment plants. They often don't biodegrade via the available microbes and pathways and timelines that are common in wastewater treatment. So my newest research projects are designed to evaluate if that same biofilm structure that we saw in the MRI images might provide a means to improve removal of pharmaceutical and PFAS compounds from wastewater. There is some preliminary evidence from other studies that this EPS may be able to bind up the contaminants while at the same time protecting the bacteria from much of the negative impact of those contaminants. I will be monitoring the extent to which lab granules can do this, while also removing the conventional organics and nutrients that we see in wastewater. This image here shows one of the 4 SBRs that are operating now in my lab, and the lab granules are doing their jobs. I currently have funding from the National Institutes of Health and Montana INBRE program to look at pharmaceutical removal in granular sludge systems, and from the Montana Water Center and USGS to look into removal of PFAS, these forever chemicals, also from granular sludge in lab granules. So I will end where I started. The biofilm structure of granular sludge makes it less susceptible to some of the impacts of climate change, like variations in water quality and quantity, and granules may also contribute less to climate change because of the very significant energy and resource savings they afford. On top of that, I am out to demonstrate that granular sludge can play a part in removing other contaminants like pharmaceuticals and PFAS from wastewater to protect water quality. I thank you very much for your time, and I would like to acknowledge my funding sources and collaborators throughout this research. Thanks very much.
For those of you still with us in this Zoom webinar, we will be now transitioning into the modified breakout session to discuss both Brian Batheim's and Dr. Catherine Kirkland's presentations. Please follow the link that we provide shortly in the chat. Thank you, and we'll see you all back at the final panel.
Hello, everyone. We'll just be starting in a couple more minutes as we wait for a few more people to join the call.
Oh my God.
All right, welcome back, everyone. We are going to get started with our final Q&A panel discussion. I just want to briefly reintroduce all our panelists. So we have Dr. Kathy Whitlock, Dr. Tony Hartshorn, Will Erickson, Dr. Thomas Armstrong, Brian Vadheim, and Dr. Catherine Kirkland. We're going to start out the first part of this, just addressing some questions that we've been collecting the entire conference, and then we'll open up to the questions that our participants can submit through the Q&A function. So with that, I'll hand it over to the first question.
Okay, so our first question is for Dr. Whitlock. And the question is, it is often thought that scientists are supposed to be objective and remain apolitical, yet many of the issues at hand are certainly political. How do you address this contradiction?
Yeah, that's a great question. You know, I think it's impossible for any of us to be objective. We're humans and we come in with our own belief systems and our own ideas and our own motivations. So scientists may be objective in doing the research, that is going after particular questions, but we're still subjective like everyone else. And, you know, I'm a scientist, but I'm also a global citizen and I worry about the planet. So the trick for me is to try to present the science in as credible and as easy to understand way as possible, and not try to turn that into a political argument or present it in a way that might be misconstrued as representing my political views. It's just science. It's just facts. It's results. It's studies that have been done. That's the goal. And then, you know, from there, I think it's okay to talk about what the implications of the science are from my viewpoint as a person. So it's a bit of a juggling act, I guess, but I think it's something that all people in science, I'm sure Tony would agree, you know, you struggle with saying what you know based on the science, but then also expressing what you think it means as a person.
Yes, I would agree. We all wear many different hats. And I thought the first rule of communication was excuse me, knowing something about your audience, right? So, Kathy's written 1 million papers. She's changed the field, the paleoecology of the Northern Rockies through her science. I think one of the hats that she forgot to mention, which she wore for a class of mine last summer, was she's a grandmother, right? I mean, beyond the global citizen part, right? So we all wear different hats. I'd agree with that strongly.
I find that when I talk around the state about climate change, the thing that resonates most with people is not the graphs, but it's the fact that I'm worried about the future of my granddaughter. People will come up to me afterwards and say, wow, I really got choked up when you talked about how that rising temperature curve would not so much affect me and the person who was talking to me, but my granddaughter who's on the steep end of that temperature curve. And it's funny how you're presenting as a scientist, but what touches people is when you really talk about yourself and something that's very deeply personal.
All right, our next question is for Dr. Hartshorn, and it's, one second. It regards the field trips, quote, field trips that you have taken to other countries to talk about the issues of mining and decarbonizing. So how can we have a conversation more about renewables, not stopping seeing them as, quote, the solution, but discussing the process and the ingredients that require mining and getting everyone to get sort of on the same ground of and get a holistic perspective of what mining entails.
Could you I want to make sure that I understood your question, but the potential role of field trips in helping, quote unquote, educate people about the ingredients for this new supply of electricity, is that a fair restatement?
Yeah, just making sure that everyone is on the same page when it comes to what the demands are for the mining and what the inherent risks are and what the inherent benefits may be.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going on a field trip in less than a month. I'm going to seek some support from the Montana Mining Association. I actually don't think the mining industry as a whole has done a very compelling job of talking about how much copper, for example, is in every single turbine. And then, the reason that I slanted my talk the way that I did is that I think it's somewhat unethical for us to allow Montana State University students to graduate from this institution where our state seal says oro y plata on it, not fully recognizing the metal intensity of these renewable technologies that Brian was just talking about in his presentation. There are lots of ways, Brian could maybe speak to this. How do you determine the cost of those metals? But part of it is, are you mining those metals in ways that are consistent with environmental safeguards, child labor regulations, and then financial transparency and disclosure? Does that help?
Yeah, it definitely does. Yeah.
I think there's a social justice, climate justice aspect to mining that we don't really consider very well. And I mean, the cost, as Tony pointed out, the costs of getting these rare earth metals and even copper, really affects vulnerable populations and usually the poorest people in society. And I think as we approach renewable strategies, we need to really flesh out that picture of who's benefiting and who's really losing and suffering from our acquisition of these materials.
Thank you. And our next question is directed to Will Erickson, and that is, what barriers do you see for the Montana ag industry when it comes to sustainability?
well, the way they conventionally operate have plenty of barriers because they're working in a world market with low prices and high operating costs. And those are all big barriers. That's why we're so excited about regenerative practices, because it is a completely alternative structure, or pretty much alternative structure, especially if they move into the alternative economic sectors that are interested in their food products, the natural foods, the culinary sectors that can provide them with more money for their products. The great thing about the regenerative practices is that they really create healthy grasslands, and which not only improves the productivity of the grasslands, and therefore the cattle are healthier because they're also aligning. Part of regenerative practices is aligning with nature's cycles so that they're actually changing their calving times to when nature calves. And so they significantly reduce their operating costs. And the productivity of the land is better. And then they are generally producing without hormones or antibiotics and with significantly less chemicals. And so then that makes their product of more interest to the natural food sector and the culinary sector. There are the biggest impairments there are the infrastructure, as far as getting cattle processed more locally and being able to access those local markets or those regional markets that are really interested in those things. So those are barriers too. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, thank you. And as we go along, as we've been doing, if other panelists have thoughts to add on, definitely feel free to chime in.
Well, I'll just add a quick note. I mean, I've worked with Lil on some of this regenerative agriculture stuff, and I guess I would just encourage your group. I mean, I know you're chemical engineers. You're like, what does that have to do with me, you know, ranching? I mean, obviously as consumers, you can make choices about the kinds of beef that you might be buying, for example, but I mean, there's still a lot of math and chemistry that we need to figure out related to regenerative agriculture. And so I'd strongly recommend that you plug in to this if it's of interest.
All right, I have a question directed to Dr. Armstrong, and is it a lack of knowledge in policymaking or a lack of political will that leads to inaction on climate action, that leads to inaction on climate action? Many politicians are highly knowledgeable, but they must overcome the misinformation in their fields.
The answer is yes. It's both. There's no one issue here or one group that is the problem. It's not an either or, it's both. There are definitely people out there who are uninformed or misinformed, but frankly, there are a lot more people, and when I say people, I mean up on Capitol Hill, that are very smart. I'll give you an example of this, but yet they politically, they have a different position. When I was at the Department of the Interior as a science advisor to the secretary, I was involved in the listing of the polar bear through the Endangered Species Act. We went and saw a lot of people in Congress about that, and there was a lot of pushback from those states, including Oklahoma, and one famous curmudgeon senator whose name I won't mention, who we had to go visit with and explain why this wasn't going to be the end of fossil fuels in listing the polar bear as either threatened or endangered. When I met with this gentleman, he had the entire Arctic assessment we had written as part of one of my responsibilities. It's a 1,000-page assessment. Every single page had something on it, as far as I could tell. And he was, even though when you listen to him, you would think he was one of the most uninformed people you'd ever met. He was extremely well informed. And I had a chance to ask his senior advisor, who was also his legal counsel, what's the deal with this? And he just said simply, we never said that the polar bear wasn't in jeopardy. We never said that climate change isn't real, but we just politically can't accept this. And it was a learning experience for me that there are a lot of people who can look at an issue like this and just based on the sheer political nature of it, they can act smart or they can act dumb. And he was doing the latter, and on purpose. It's part of a bigger strategy for him to behave that way. And that's part of the problem of why, when you look at like Tony Lazarewitz's work on the Climate Americas, why politicians are just one of the reasons why they're not very well trusted, because people understand what their game is, and that they may have reason for saying what they say, but it doesn't mean it's the truth. So, but to answer the question directly, both groups really are part of the problem, and both groups need to be part of the solution.
Thank you so much. So our next question is for Brian, and the question is, since renewable energy investments are already approaching and in many cases are surpassing fossil fuel investments in returns and reliability, would policies such as carbon tax or carbon dividends still be effective in accelerating the transition to renewable energy?
The short answer is yes. So it is certainly the case that so carbon taxes, I mean, ultimately what the appeal associated with any sort of carbon pricing policy is that it fully sort of factors in all of the externalities associated with carbon intensive emissions. And so if people were paying the true cost associated with coal, that coal or natural gas or those sorts of things have on the environment and the negative sort of social impacts, that's going to make them a lot more expensive. And therefore even less competitive than they already are with renewables. So I think that the answer is yes. The real appeal to a carbon tax at this point, like you're never going to be able to put the renewables, even if you wanted to, you would not be able to sort of unwind the renewables development. Renewables is going to be cheaper for a long time, for indefinitely. It's a better technology in so many ways. At the moment, the uptake is really, really low, and certainly renewables have some downsides in the sense that I mean, you can't, you want to be able to turn on the light switch even when the sun is not shining at night or when the wind is not blowing. At the moment, well, in general, how you balance that is good grid infrastructure and a diversity of energy sources. At the moment, we're nowhere close to having enough solar in the global energy mix for that to be any kind of problem. And so you could increase the amount of solar in the world by 20 times, and you would still not run into the intermittency issues that that solar can have. So we're nowhere close to the downsides yet associated with massive uptake of wind and solar, but they do exist. And so one of the things that, in addition to carbon pricing policy, one of the things that can be really important is infrastructure investment in especially grid allocation or grid development, updating grid infrastructure, improving battery storage technologies, all of those sorts of things. Now, I talk about this, I'm not actually an energy expert. I spend most of my time thinking about agriculture and forestry. So take all of that with a grain of salt. But yes, the short answer is very clearly yes.
Thank you, Brian. Our next question is for Dr. Kirkland, and that is, how do you see your work translating into the Bozeman and Montana area beyond the Whitefish Project?
That's a good question. And this idea came up a little bit in the breakout room. And one of the drivers for activated sludge or for granular sludge treatment plants is obviously the space and how much less of it they occupy. And so
in other parts of the world, limited space is really one of the main reasons why a community might choose an activated sludge plant or a granular sludge plant. Bozeman and Montana does not typically have that same kind of issue. That is not the problem that needs to be solved. And so here, what I see as the major driver for transitioning to a granular sludge system is the cost savings and how much better quality effluent you can get from a granular sludge facility compared to something that you'd be more likely to see in a smaller community like a pond or something like that. So what I see would be a market in a smaller community, maybe in the outskirts of Bozeman. It's my child banging on the door. I apologize. One moment. Sorry. I lost my thought there. Anyway, the motivation to use something like a granular sludge plant in a smaller community in Montana might be this improved water quality that you would get out of it. And then also because of the development that went into creating the reactors and figuring out how to grow granules, this is a patented process. And so it is operated, it is licensed where it operates. And so the licensees build the plant and they operate the plant. In some communities, that's a great thing because you may not have the knowledge in that community to design and build and operate a wastewater treatment system that can really achieve these high effluent quality levels. Bozeman itself doesn't have that issue. We have a fantastic wastewater treatment plant and it achieves excellent water quality. And so I don't at this point see Bozeman itself having this kind of treatment plant, but a smaller community nearby or around the state might be a better candidate for something like that.
Our next question stems from Dr. Whitlock's presentation, but I think it's definitely one that all of our panelists can answer. And the question is, what is the best way to convince people we have an existential climate threat?
Well, I'll start then. I was really intrigued with Brian's remarks about you hit them in the wallet, I guess. I struggle with that. We need to make people realize that climate change is happening here in their backyard. Things are happening. It's not just when you're from Montana, you hear about the Arctic and you hear about sea level rise and polar bears, Tom, but that doesn't really hit home very well. And so you need to talk to people about things like wildfire and early season floods and late season droughts and climate surprises and remind them about the smoke that they had to put up with and hit them on the topics that really are in their backyard. And then, I don't know, somehow blend it with what Brian said and make them realize that there's economic benefit in developing some resiliency, but also in taking action to mitigate climate change.
I absolutely agree with that. And I don't think that as much as my the talk that I gave was somewhat tongue in cheek, suggesting that there is one answer, there isn't. There needs to be a diversity of communication approaches. I think science is one part of that, and really clearly communicating the localized impacts, as Dr. Whitlock was just suggesting. I also think that some of the campaigning approaches that oftentimes NGOs take up can be really valuable. The Extinction Rebellion, just to mention one, has been really successful within the UK at getting politicians to pay a bit of attention to some of those sorts of things, and that comes from very much a PR and communications world as opposed to a scientific one. And then the final, I think, component that I spent a while talking about earlier today is the economics and ultimately the costs and benefits, and making it really clear to someone who is exclusively trying to act in their self-interest, which is often what ultimately, like, we expect corporations to do. We ask them based on how they are set up in order to make money for their shareholders. And so I'm not saying that they're bad people, but they have an interest in making returns, and they have a fiduciary duty to their shareholders in order to do that. And again, that doesn't make them bad or evil people or anything like that. It means that you need to take a different tack in approaching that argument. So it depends on who you're talking to, but regardless of who it is, a diversity of approaches is really important.
If I can just add, and then hopefully other people will chime in, I think the adaptation space is easier for people to get their heads around. It's like, oh, if I, can fireproof my area around my house, I'll be in better shape when that next fire comes. Or if I get air filters, I'll be in better shape when it's smoky. The harder argument is the mitigation actions that are needed by all of us. And that's a harder sell. And so I kind of think if that was monetized a little bit more, it might be easier to sell that part.
So if I could chime in for a second, along the lines of what Kathy was saying, but also Brian as well. I had a prospective client about a year and a half ago that we chose not to work with. They wanted a Madison River Group to put together basically a PR campaign for them on climate, that they were the good guys, even though they were major emitters of CO2 and some other nasty stuff. They felt that a simple PR campaign would kind of release them from their surly bonds of feeling guilty. It came at about the same time that, Brian, that BlackRock put out their memo. If you're not familiar with BlackRock, your pocketbook is. They invest over $7.6 trillion a year in assets across companies, including those in the fossil fuel sector, and including this one of mine, potentially. This guy made a photocopy of a memo that BlackRock CEO sent them saying, today is a new day. We take the issue of climate change very seriously, and we're now going to begin to find ways to score you in terms of your greenness. And for those fossil fuel related companies out there, don't even bother. My words, not theirs, but it's translated. You're not going to score high enough. We're removing our investments from with you from the coffers in the near future. So a lot that I got more phone calls about that than anything else last year. And Brian, you're absolutely right. If there is one single issue, it's money. Money really talks to a lot of these people, and they'll listen and they'll believe if they think it's going to impact their wallets. But going to Kathy's point about getting people to understand wildfire or floods or drought, keep in mind that those are the impacts and effects that are caused by climate change. And that's one of the major problems I think we have. And Lil, you may face this as well, I don't know, but it's being able to draw the causality chain for people to show them why we think that flood or this or that specific event is attributed to climate change. And as all of you know, that's hard to do. It's hard to take a single taking of a polar bear or anything else and attribute it to a Tennessee Valley coal-fired power plant or anything else. It's the cumulative effect of these things, and that's where we run into a lot of trouble. It is just plain hard to explain that to people, that it isn't just a direct one-for-one cause and effect. And if we could all of us work better together in figuring out creative ways of communicating that reality to people, I think we would see a lot more people look at wildfire or floods or drought and then turn around and say climate change instead of, oh, that's weird weather or something else completely different. So I still think that's a big factor that we all face, and it's still a great challenge, but it's a communications challenge.
I agree with everything that has been said. I think with agriculture, in their hearts, I think many farmers and ranchers do know that the climate is changing, and they're seeing it on their ground. They're seeing it with drought, but the politics are such that it's very hard for them to actually say the words climate change because it's been so politicized. And so one of the things I think is important to do is if we can find people who are in the different constituencies that have credibility, who can talk about it in a more safe way with their peer groups, because a conservationist talking to a rancher about climate change won't get the same response as another rancher talking to them about, yeah, the climate is changing and what are we going to do about it? And also, I think it's really important that we give people hope. It's so big that sometimes it's incredibly overwhelming and also scary. What are we going to do? What does this really mean? So I think I'll just turn away and think about something else because I don't know what to do. So having really tangible actions that people can take beyond just responding to a flood or a fire, but really inspiring them to take actions that can start to reduce the amount of emissions or start to sequester things, I think could be very powerful. And one example of that is just, I think it's 3 weeks ago, maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago, we got a call out of the blue from representatives of a church, it's a coalition of 100 churches, and they're very concerned about climate change. They actually use the word climate change. They've been talking about it within their parishes, and they want to take a positive action. And so they're hoping that they can buy carbon offset credits from us when our program is to the point. So I thought that was really interesting, especially since churches and sporting, school sports, those sorts of things cut across a lot of constituencies, and finding there's a lot of common ground when you go see your kids play sports. You can be coming from a lot of different places, or if you go to church, a lot of different political views. And so maybe working with some, especially maybe with the churches, to find ways to talk about climate change that inspire them to take action is one place that I'm finding hope anyway.
Thank you all for your great responses to those questions. We are going to start taking Q&A questions from the attendees for any of the panelists to answer. Our first question is, what resources are there for people to support bills in Congress that address climate change, such as the Energy Innovation and Carbon Dividend Act?
Are you asking the panelists how to help viewers Google that act, or can you clarify a little bit?
Yes, like where is there good information to learn about these bills, and how can participants better support these initiatives?
So I'm just a teacher, but I mean, beyond Googling, like if Kristen is on the call, like she could, obviously, she's part of the Citizens Climate Lobby, like she could be an excellent resource for your entire student group, because she's not only tracking what's happening in Washington, DC, but she's tracking the UN talks, and then she's also tracking what's going on in Helena. That would be my recommendation.
Yeah, Citizens Climate Lobby is the first place I go for that kind of information.
for what it's worth, yeah, I'm off mute. For what it's worth, every one of the different committees and either appropriations or on issues, including energy and the environment, have usually a weekly or a bi-weekly report out that's on their website. And it's not that hard to get to. They're not that hard to read, but they're sometimes insightful. They sometimes give you some pretty good information about what's going on with those committees. And one of the things I like the most about them is most of them identify who the ranking minority member is. And right now that's the Republican position. So you're not just getting one party's position on any issue. You can actually see the write-up of either in response or in addition to the majority position for the minority. And they're quite insightful, especially when it comes to energy.
So it looks like Paul LaChapelle asked in the chat, should MSU require basic climate science and or policy competence in our curriculum for every student? And if any of the panelists want to speak to their thoughts on that.
I guess I'm a strong no on literacy, numeracy passports to be part of a conversation.
You don't think it should be part of the curriculum, Tony? Or part of the core course requirements?
I think it could be part of the core that I addressed yesterday, but I wonder, Kathy, help me out here. Could you get 10 faculty to agree on how we would measure competency at graduation?
Well, I think we could measure competency on that as well or better than any of some of the other topics that are in the core. You know, there is a fundamental science to it that students are required to understand. Plus, as Tom and Brian have been talking, you know, there's the adaptation and the policy. I think there's several areas. I working with the university as long as I have, it's really like an ocean liner. It's so hard to get them to change direction and seize the issue, the critical issue of the time, because they're very, very slow to respond. And so right now they're not even looking for new courses, you know, for the basic requirements. But it could be demanded, it could be asked.
One thing I would say to that question as well is, we've talked about this in the civil and environmental engineering department with respect to just basic knowledge about public infrastructure. So my impression is that there's a fairly pervasive lack of knowledge about how public infrastructure is, what it is, what is required to build it or maintain it, how it works together, the political process, the social process, and that's all on top of the engineering of it. And that some basic knowledge about that would be beneficial to society at large. We in this environmental engineering program have just recently received a 5-year grant from the National Science Foundation to reorganize our engineering curriculum for the environmental engineering program. And we are looking right now at ways how to incorporate more social and economic and sustainability issues into the curriculum, throughout the curriculum, so that we can better address these kind of better address in our engineering students what it actually means to be an engineer and what kind of knowledge sets you need to be effective to solve problems that we can see them coming down the pipe and we don't quite know how to handle them. And so the engineers that we're training today are going to need a different and broader skill set than than the older engineers. And so we're working on trying to incorporate that. And I think definitely some of the climate impacts will be part of that.
All right. It looks like we have another question here. It says, Montana winters, quote, winters seem to have shifted 2 to 3 months to start in earnest from September, October to December, January timeframe, as well as shortened from when I was a kid growing up in Butte in the 70s and 80s. We see the effect of change in temperature, precipitation, and seasonality as, quote, a trend, and not definitively as a start-stop. Since it can snow in Montana any month of the year, as we all well know, this is an example of a difficulty in communicating, quote, policy change based on, quote, science. What do you consider the best practice communications in this regard?
Well, the person that asked the question is right in that we've had more precipitation in December and in January. The issue is that it's very unreliable when you get into February and March, because it's getting warmer. Even now we have occasional snowstorms, but it's very unreliable. The issue really in Montana, I would say, is temperature as much as precipitation. I think precipitation in the projections is going to stay the same in most places, but summers are going to be drier. There may actually be more precipitation in the winter and the spring and the fall, but summers are going to be drier. And because of the temperatures, you're going to lose that snow earlier and it will shift to rain. So I think what Tom said is true. You shouldn't take any year or any storm as being evidence pro or against or supporting or denying climate change. It's really the long-term trends that are what define climate change.
I would just piggyback on what Kathy was saying. So she had a really beautiful 3-pack slide set showing that, I think you said peak stream flow, Kathy, is coming 8 days earlier. And so I teach all my soil students that we're a headwater state, and they're like, yeah, we got that. We pour water into 3 oceans. Yeah, we get that. But what I don't think they get is that the humans of Montana live between a shrinking snowpack because of these temperature and moisture related dynamics that Kathy has already gone through. So that's the supply of water, right, for our headwater state. But we're caught between a rock and a hard place, and the rock is shrinking snowpack. And the hard place is that there are a lot of people in the Midwestern US states that are looking at Missouri River acre feet of water and Yellowstone River acre feet of water that we pour to the Atlantic for their livelihoods. And you don't think that they're not coming for our water? Well, guess who's in the middle, right? Shrinking snowpacks, increased demand from North Dakota, say, and places further south. So that's how I frame it.
One thing I heard earlier in the week, probably on NPR, was about how the the cycle for the 30-year weather average has shifted now, and so we've lost a decade, and now we're including the 2010s in that average now for the first time. And so, there is the risk of, we used to be able to say, it's the hottest summer on average, it's X number of degrees hotter, and that number is going to change. It's going to sound like it's less different, because we've taken out a decade with, more normal or pre-climate change data. And so I'm concerned that 30-year average is now averaging temperatures that are already reflecting the climate change, and that it may be harder to make the case that things are actually still getting worse.
Just to chip in one thought, I think obviously one of the first groups of people to notice this is scientists, because they're looking. The second group of people to notice this is farmers, right? And this is really true in the Midwest, for example, where they have like particularly like orchard crops, which are really sensitive to an early thaw or late frost. There, I don't know. There are apple farmers in Michigan, for example, that have lost due to frost like 5 out of their last 10 crops or something, which is really, really unusual. And as soon as you're losing hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of your livelihood, you start to pay attention really quickly to those frost cycles.
You know, one of the things that's really interesting and also a little bit scary about this conversation, and I'm thinking back to what Catherine was just talking about, is that this subject is quite complex. And it feels like it's getting more complicated all the time. I mean, you're right, Catherine. I dealt with the 10-year absence war for a while. This has been going on in the back channels of IPCC and elsewhere for quite some time. And I'll be perfectly blunt with you. I don't feel comfortable trying to answer that question. I'm not enough of an expert in that field, part of the field, to really answer that question forcefully. And thank God there are some people, but it leads me to what I wanted to say, going back to the last question that was asked of us. One, I heard an element in there of how do we better communicate with the public? How, you know, one of the biggest problems we have with climate change is it's hard to explain the technical aspects of it to other scientists at times, but it's really hard to explain to the public in public language and common sense lingo. Try it. I'm sure all of you have. And I have the hardest time explaining the so what of what we're doing to the people every day that ask the question, what's going on? And I therefore think it's really important that maybe some of this stuff isn't bound for, like Tony was saying, the core curriculum. But would all scientists benefit from a communications course or two? Yeah, they would, especially the ones that I've had to bail out in my career because they said something stupid because they were never trained about what you can say and what you can't say, and simple rules like if you don't want to see, if you say something that you would feel uncomfortable being on the front page of the Washington Post, don't tell it to anybody. And, you know, it's just simple common sense kind of stuff that sometimes, you know, our scientists are just not trained in any of this stuff. And it's not a big deal, but just knowing some of the simple ins and outs of how to talk to the public and how to talk to the press. And those are two different beasts. With a lot of agencies, in my experience in the 25 years, would have benefited a great deal just from having a course or two. Including myself, by the way.
Thank you all for your thoughtful answers on that. We have one more question here that says, what pushback have you encountered in the work that you do, and how have you responded to it? And this is certainly open to anyone who has something they would like to share.
I guess I mean, I've gotten hate mail, which is something that I have never had before, but it really kind of freaks you out when you get it. And you, I mean, probably there's so many people doing controversial things that that probably receive more of that. I'm sure receive more of that than I do, but it's really, it just really kind of sets you back. And so that's been the only pushback. On the other hand, talking around the state about climate change, I've never had a person in a public setting be rude or even confrontational to me. Most people are really happy to get the information and appreciate it and thank me. So I haven't been in a public setting, maybe a couple where I've been shouted down, but not most of them not.
Yeah, I second what Kathy said. Same thing. Some crazy things out there that people think and people do, and when they write you letters or threaten you. But for the most part, when you go out into the communities, people listen. They want to know. They may not necessarily believe you or agree with you, but they've always been respectful. And I've always felt that you can just talk to them afterwards and say, okay, well, we agreed to disagree, and they've been very respectful. So especially in Montana, I've been really, I've been heartened by that.
We've received pushback from more conventional producers who are saying what you are advocating isn't going to work. We can't feed the world, all these things. And so basically, what we've done is just listen to that and then really worked with people who do believe that we can make a huge difference and help create a peer support structure for them so that they don't feel so isolated. So one of the things we've done in the last couple of years is we've created this thing called bull sessions. And so it's a place where now we have about 60 ranchers who participate on and off, but they're once a month, and they just all hop on a Zoom call now and just talk about, well, how's it working for you? What are you doing? How's it really being applied on the ground? And they cover whatever topics they want, but it's creating this peer support structure that's helping, especially those ranchers that are far flung from others, actually move forward or making progress within families, because a lot of times the innovators are alone in their family and they have to go up against grandpa and grandma and dad in order to try some things new. And so they need to know that they're not crazy, and we need to know we're not crazy too. So we all try to find ways to work together and share information and have some fun too, so that it isn't so lonely out there, because you can get a lot of criticism and it can be very disheartening and it can stop forward progress. So that's how we dealt with it.
I had a situation with an Earth Week many years ago, where these university students, it was another school, came to me and said, hey, how should we frame some stuff for Earth Week? And I was like, well, what do you know about carbon? And they knew zero. This goes back to that previous question of, well, maybe we should require some basic literacy on the carbon cycle. But anyway, they took my words, and as students will do, they crafted all these awesome, huge posters showing that what we are exhaling are the two most abundant greenhouse gases in the universe, right? Water vapor is the most abundant, and then carbon dioxide is the second most abundant. So I put up these photos from Earth Week. My sister, who lived in North Carolina, shared them around all of her friend groups, and she got this searing email saying, what message does it send to my children if when they breathe, they are producing greenhouse gases? So that was a moment where, I mean, I love learning from my mistakes. You know, that's when I learned, oh my God, I got to start teaching my college level students all about isotopes. It turns out that the CO2 that I'm exhaling has zero radiocarbon in it, right? Because hopefully I'm not fossil fueled food-wise, like directly. But of course, my Subaru's exhaust, my breath has radiocarbon. So Kathy Whitlock is the radiocarbon expert. I am radioactive, right? Because I ate a banana and it had radiocarbon in it. But my Subaru's exhaust and greenhouse gases and fossil fuels are all radiocarbon dead. Did I mess that up enough, Kathy? Help. But anyway, I now teach basic isotopes to my sophomores, or I try.
All right, we have another question from Mark, and it is, the USGS estimates that 200 million tons of CO2 are released annually from volcanic activity, based on an average of 1.5 million metric tons per day. CO2 concentration in Earth's atmosphere is only estimated at 0.041%. Human activities are estimated to be responsible for only a 32% contribution to that concentration amount. Could potential enhancement of other components in the Earth's atmosphere minimize the effects of CO2's ability to absorb the heat emitted from Earth's surface? And what studies in this area are you aware of in this regard?
I'm not going to answer, but I'm going to Google this slide I use in my lectures, because this whole CO2 from volcanoes is contributing to our atmospheric load. I can debunk that in one graph, but you have to learn a little bit of isotopes. And then I put a link in the chat to stratospheric geoengineering experiments that I mentioned yesterday.
Kathy, you gonna say anything?
I was waiting for you to weigh in, Tom, as a former USGS person, but I can respond if you like.
Well, you go ahead.
I mean, it's been shown in all kinds of ways that this recent rise in CO2 is anthropogenic. It's, as Tony says, the isotopic signature is not what we usually see, you know, in the oxygen. It's coming from burning of fossil fuels. The carbon is coming from fossil fuels. I think that's very, very clear to us. And it's part of that's the reason that, 99% of the scientific community that works in the climate change space thinks it's anthropogenic. So it's not that there's not CO2 from other sources, it's this increase that is really taking us into uncharted areas and is clearly anthropogenic.
Just add that there's a delicate balance of equilibrium in the chemistry of the atmosphere and the oceans. And people get hung up in numbers a lot and proportions, not realizing that equilibrium doesn't really care about percentages of things that are already there. It's the additionality of carbon from the anthropogenic sources that is throwing things out of equilibrium. And it doesn't take a lot to do that, to start tipping things in a different way and forcing the atmosphere to behave differently, or the ocean. So I honestly didn't really follow the whole question, but it's part of it is because I start hearing the numbers, and people like to argue numbers, and I find that that becomes the least constructive way of really having a mature discourse. So I'd be more than happy if somebody wants to write it out or call me to talk to them about it. But I kind of just tune out when I hear a lot of numbers, to be honest.
Maybe just to chip in briefly on what Dr. Whitlock was saying, this has been pretty settled science for 30 years at least, right? That we've known that it's been anthropogenic, or that one of the big issues has been anthropogenic contributions to greenhouse gas emissions since well before 1990, when the first IPCC assessment report was published. And that was, by the way, well before any of the discussion of climate change got too politicized.
I want to add to what Brian just said. I was tempted to say this before and I decided not to, and now I'm going to say it. I grew up, and Kathy grew up as well. Sorry, Kathy, you're a co-conspirator with me. I'm a geologist by training, a plate tectonicist. And when I went to grad school back in the mid to late 80s, there was a larger proportion of geologists who did not believe in plate tectonics in the late 1980s than there are any climate scientists that don't believe that the climate issue is an anthropogenic issue. And yet I wonder how many of you knew that, or even if Kathy knew that. We never talk about that. Why? Because it just doesn't really matter. It's not a political issue. But the consensus level that we're talking about with climate change is so overwhelming that it really, in terms of numbers, and here's a numbers game I will talk about, proportionally speaking, there are way more scientists that agree than disagree on almost any other topic in geology. So I just always find it funny that people worry about the 0.1% or the 1% of people that say something different. That's normal, that's healthy, and we should continue to always question what it is we're doing and look for other solutions. But I agree with Brian, that kind of debate, if that's where we're going, that's way past us now. we're almost way past acting upon this and saving the planet. I really don't think we want to continue a debate about whether it's real or not.
All right, thank you all for your answers. Our final question for the panel is, what should our attendees' biggest takeaway be from this weekend?
We need to act now. We have so little time to get on top of this climate change and follow a trajectory that's going to flatten the curve. It's something we need to do now if we're going to get on top of this and only achieve 1.5 to 2 degrees warming centigrade by mid-century. So it's not an intellectual conversation anymore. It's really time to act.
Yeah, I would agree with Kathy. It's all hands on deck now. It doesn't matter who you are or what you are. We all need to just band together and save this planet. It's that much of a threat.
I agree. And look at where you have power in your life and figure out what you can do today and what you can do maybe next week, and align with people who you have some affinity with, and see if you can't work together as a group. Support the groups that are working really hard, but don't just leave it there. Don't think you can sign a petition and that's good enough. Pay attention to what your lawmakers are doing, because you'll be amazed at the kind of trouble that they are getting us into. But pay attention, hold them accountable, vote, know who you're voting for, use your power. We actually, as individuals, have tremendous amounts of power in what we do. And you can do it in your energy use. You can do it in the food that you choose. There's lots and lots of ways if you just sit down and think about it. And it actually can be very inspiring and fun. It doesn't have to be like this grueling, horrible thing.
Well put.
I would just chime in and say, try to be mindful. And then there's this whole program at MSU for behavioral change called Tiny Habits. And I think that if you want to think about, as chemical engineers, which I'm guessing most of you are, like, what is it in your lives as students that you can do? Just tiny, tiny, tiny little habits. But it starts with mindfulness. I mean, for me, I always want people thinking about, what is the source of my gas, food, lodging? But that's just my frame. But then also, stay curious and then try to build a community so that you don't feel like the lone person trying to make a difference.
I agree with everything that's been said. I would just also add that don't stop at personal habits. I think personal habits are great and really powerful, but I think that the part of the way that we need to make sure and encourage action is collectively, whether that's voting with how you spend your money, whether that's literally voting in the political system. Somehow find a way to spread your personal habits and your action to make sure and get a collective effort going as well.
And I would concur with everything I've heard thus far, and just add that people tend to do the thing that is easy. And so insofar as we have power to make the right kinds of behaviors easier through whatever process that may take, making the right choice easier to make and the wrong choice harder to make is usually a good place to start.
Oh, thank you very much all for attending this panel. One second.
We think that it was a very good use of your time and getting information out to our attendees. At this point, well, I would normally be sharing a PowerPoint slide with you, but I had to jump from my computer to a different computer, so I'll just do it all from memory. But I want to just really hit home and thank all of you who have been a part of making this conference possible, from the donors who have made it free and accessible to our student volunteers who have made those small breakout sessions possible, and our student team who are all in here, all on their computers, who have put a lot of work into just making this thing come to life, and of course to our speakers who have brought your expertise to us today. And at this point, I would like to actually pass it back over to our AIChE MSU chapter advisor, Dr. Minakuchi, who's going to say some words to you.
Can everybody hear me okay? Okay. I want to just jump in and thank all of you again, but most especially thank this student team to give you an idea. Other than showing up here and, saying yes to food purchases, I put in, maybe an hour into this conference. And that means all of this effort is built upon these Gen Z students. It's their passion, their drive that has made it go. It's their vision. They brought together a group of speakers that focus on the issues that we really cared about, things that are affecting us here at home, like farming, ranching, mining, infrastructure, wastewater treatment. We talked about the science, we talked about policy, we talked about the economics. And again, this is driven by a group of, say, roughly a dozen students. The disciplines ranged from chemical and biological engineering, industrial and systems engineering, environmental studies, and filmmaking. It's been absolutely fantastic. And most especially, I want to thank our chair, Callista Schottmer. Without her efforts, this could not have taken place. She is just absolutely a phenomenal leader. And we are truly lucky to have just such fantastic students that are part of our future and that want to put this on and lead in a way from where they are at this time. They will just grow and become bigger and be able to do incredibly impactful things. So thank you all. I really appreciate it.
All right, for our final wrap up, thank you. Hopefully I don't get too emotional, but for what comes next. So we hope that you've come out of this conference with a lot more than you initially going into it. And now you have all this information, but what do we do with it? So we hope that you find strength in bringing all this information that you just learned into conversations that you have with your friends and family, and informing your decisions when it comes to moving towards a sustainable future. As for parts of this conference, if you happen to miss any, we will be posting all of the recordings to our website within the next coming weeks, and stay tuned for the third annual AIChE Climate Conference, which will happen next year. We're gonna take about a week off before we start getting that one planned though. So thank you all and have a wonderful rest of your Saturday.